Hello. Hi. Hi and hello. Shinobubu. Need to get back to using Unreal. You should. You should. But more importantly, just do what you want to do. Be what you want to be, yeah. Yo, Cog! Welcome, welcome. Congrats. Congrats on the first. How are you? Also, the Red. How's it going? It's me, BVG. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. Beautiful smile, thanks. A bit coffee stained. Sorry, I got distracted. But in Coffee to Brew took a hike yesterday. It was nice, even the graphics weren't as good. Hell yeah. Alright, we're in. Hacker Man, we're in. Also, let me just, this guy is my, yeah. And the black bar, that goes to like there, then I'll get the tiniest bit, you there, go down. Okay, so that's the black bar. My screen. Well, no, I think it's this one. Is what the hell is that one? Oh my gosh, I don't know. No, that's the blue, which is the. And then this one goes right. Perfect. All right, all right. Time for sleeps. How's it going? Chromatic. Welcome, welcome. Give you a compliment now. Give us new videos. You know what? That's. I will. One day. One day. Hashtag one day. Oh, hello, my girl. You know what? I should probably. Escape new water and go to that. Water particles base. Let's turn that off. So I think it's just processing in the background. All right. So last night, I think we were struggling with math, and then the one thing that I realized right as I was wrapping up is that in the stride asset, stride AS, we need to put in a reference cycle length. because let's go. Yeah, no. Oh well, it's more like reference anim length. Because the animation that we were actually looking at here and the kind of stuff is 1 second, 1.07 seconds. And that's where our stuff was going a bit wrong, was that we weren't accounting for that. I wonder if that's like the actual, like if I did 30 frames per second. Sorry, 1 divided by 30 multiplied by 32 is 0.06. I see. Yeah. So in our dude, we need to go on tick, progress strides. There we go. The other thing to keep in mind is reference stride length. So that's one step, but one entire cycle is double that. Well, but is it more that like... I'm just trying to math. We're just going to math for a little bit. But we're counting... Maybe I should call it step length. Because like one stride... Like one cycle is this foot touching the ground, moving back, and then it moves forward as the other one goes back. That's one whole cycle, and that should be 150 units per second. Which per second... Well, I mean, it doesn't really matter, it's just the reference animation. Which is then boiled down into this. Yeah, sure thing, Lou Boy. If you chuck a link, I think you can just put links in Twitch chat. No dramas. Yeah, if you got like a YouTube video or something, chuck that in the chat. I'll have a geese. Hell, you nearly died. Silly girl. Samatozkoban. Samatozkoban? Samet? Sam? Same? So many letters. Not enough spaces. But thank you. Hope you're having a good day. Yeah. Let me have a geese. Let me have some geese. Okay. Right, I need to like... Hell yeah. What's it using to, like... How are you doing the dismemberment? It looks like, yeah, doing slicing as well. Is that, like, procedural slicey? Like, what's it called? What game was it that did, like... You could, like, slice people up real finely. It was like a Kojima game. It was one of the Metal Gear. My foot is cold. Cooking Mama, that's the one, that's the one. No, Fruit Ninja. Alright, can't start. Revengeance, that was it. 5 codes, procedural mesh cutting, just a copy of the scaling mesh, made the mesh invisible over or under the cut. Yeah, okay. Ah, okay. Yeah, I mean, I'll probably do something down the line with, like... I mean, I want, you know, all characters... Or creatures, I guess. To, have... I mean, I can even, you know, I'll get it up. We're going into tangent mode. Straight away. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Where did I end up putting all my Blender stuff? Oh, here we go. Maybe here. This will have enough in it. Once it opens. Oh, damn. Wrinkler. Let me just... Trying to... No. Is that the one? Sorry, let me go there. I just can't remember if this had the morph type. Yeah, it did, But yeah, basically, I put a skeleton in the character, right? Which I was originally doing so that when the character becomes emaciated, I essentially shrink wrapped the character to the skeleton to get like the, you know, the ribs and the spine and these, what are those guys called? The bones. Like all the feet thingers and whatnot. But it'll double up as like, you know, your arm got degloved by a giant, not dragon, you know. Yep, so talented. Thanks, Amethyst. I'm so talented. It's all me. It's all me. But yeah, actually putting the skeleton in there, kind of like, yeah, I don't know. It informs a lot. Because like you kind of, if you're not like a big art person. That's true. I did do the skinny one. Yeah. Although, yeah, like I kind of like cheated on it because it was based on something else. Yo, jacked. Buff AF. Buff lady. Does that still tilt the pelvis? Yeah, it does. Hell yeah, brother. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. We've got those back boobs going. Anyway, back to work. Okay, so we have our data. We've described our data. So we need to kind of use some adjustments, actually. Yeah, possibly. The one thing to keep in mind with that one is that, like, the stomach, we modeled the stomach to come straight out so that then the jiggle physics would have it, like, resting down more, you know. Same with the breasts. They're kind of modeled to just like, they look a bit silly, but they go like straight out, and then the physics does it so that they're in rest position with gravity applied. Yeah, I'm gonna call this step length. Can I go to the... Oh wait, is that step length correct then? If this is 150 units per second, and the animation goes for 1.06 seconds, what did I say? 1.06. 150. How many 1.0666? So it's that many. It's that much distance. No, is it 150 multiplied by 1.066666? Because if it goes for more than a second, it means that we've moved this distance in one cycle, meaning that one step is, well, 160. Like, fuck off. What's 160 divided by 2? It's like 80 or some shit. So maybe our step length is 80. The reference anim length is this. Yeah. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, org. Oh my god, it's Officer Boom. I'm being swatted. Speed band. Hello, hello. I'll wait for org to... What's your step length, step brother? Hey, you got any more of that math? I do. There's plenty more where that came from. I got that crystal math. Why org 16th? It's, he accidentally typed his password into the username category. It's his birthday. It's your birthday. Fair. Oh, that's my birthday too. That's my mother's maiden name. And my first pet were called org 16. All right, we figured out the math. We got the math more correct than it was before. So, what are we doing? Current step. This should be stride step length. Step length warp factor, which applies to all limbs. Because we need to remember, right? When we like... well, I guess we... Well, there is the appendage max length. But then we also need like a kind of appendage... Like... Fuck, I don't know. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to look ahead, you know? You know when you do that thing where you like kind of look ahead and foresee issues? But basically, if we're a character, right? This is a character. This is the head. Okay, that was about to look kind of fun. And so usually we have legs that are invisible, except for down here and the foot. That's a very long foot. Jesus. But then I'm thinking, if our character crawls, like crawling in our skin, these wounds they will not heal. We can't actually rotate this part of the character either. Unless we like do a reconfigurement. But like we may want to... Well, okay, there's a couple of options. One of them is... have the character kind of do... like this. Because we can shorten the leg. Because like in reality, our character will look like this, and then like that, and they're like, ooh, I'm crawling. Crawling in my skin. I guess like that-ish. Right? And so we've got like the fella to the hip. These guys are fine, right? Because we'd probably just do, you know, hand. The same as the foot. Or some shit. We do, yeah, maybe this guy. Because we need a physics body there anyway to join the thing. So the arm just ends up existing. But then for the feet. I mean, this one's kind of fine, right? If we're kind of... Well, no, because the collision will be like this. Which, I mean, maybe isn't a big deal. Also, that it'll look like that. The collision will look dumb as fuck, but, I mean, maybe it doesn't actually matter. Because I was kind of thinking, oh, what if we, like, just made the thing follow the shin? But, like, I don't really want to fuck with the physics of it. So maybe that's fine to just do that, and then that would go to there with the shin. And these can clip into the thing. Yeah, you know what? That would probably be fine. Yeah, exactly right, Beard. Yeah, like if you don't have the character there, it's gonna look really stupid. I mean, it does anyway. Knee equals foot. Well, no, the knee of the physical character is is the fact that it's like a piston. The length of the leg can like retract and extend. There is no knee. It's just a right when crawling. Yeah, exactly. Well, see, that's the thing, right? The one thing that like kind of makes it a bit not annoying, but like a bit funny is that sometimes, like, if you are crawling, then you are using your knee as a foot. Or is that what you're saying? That the knee should be the foot? Like, the knee should be the physical thing. Yeah, okay. I mean, yeah. I'm just trying to think for, like, consistency, but... Yeah, I don't know. We'll figure it out. But yeah, when we go into this mode, we would essentially have to, like... halve? Oh, God, I don't know. I don't know. Dragging yourself while prone. Yeah, that's like a different thing as well. So, we've got our max appendage length, we've got our reference appendage length, so that if we are taller or smaller, we know blah, 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 how to scale the animation. Make foot tilt less if stride smaller than reference. Can I just do this? Yeah, Crafted, how's it going? And these come in. Easy mode. Easiest modius. Cool. And then that updates stride progress. You did a thing! I would love to hear about it and or see it. So when we go... So how fast do we need to cycle through the stride? Current stride movement speed per second. Step length. That's like our target step length. So current step length. Which would then be... Well, okay, so... It's step length times 2. Movement speed divided by the 2 step lengths. So that's 80. Sorry, no, that should be current step length, reference step length. So confused. So one loop of this. Oh, here we go. Watching our video about teeth landscape grass, didn't like how the grass clip edges of the pathway, the landscape layers where grass should not be. So I pipe the grass layer info into the mask, get the object position, wheel position, multiply the level 0 to 1, -1. Mask up of the RVT in the alpha of the lerps. Now the grass scales smaller towards the edges. Nice, hell yeah. You can also if you're doing like RVT roads and stuff, and you have like a specific channel to do that to the grass, you can do, you know, like all the little rocks and whatever, like your actual texture height lerpy thingo. Print that to cull the grass, but then you can also do like just an invisible, you know, spline that just matches the, you know, it just gets applied on top of the road spline, but it's invisible to the player, that has like a gradient from 1 and then feathers off to 0, and put that into the grass culling as well. So you can have like a gradual fall off towards the road, which can be, you know, jigged at runtime as well. Because like one thing I was looking to do was like, oh, can I get the RVT and like blur it, you know, to get like a bit of feathering around stuff. But it wasn't really that simple. But yeah, doing having like invisible RVT, you know, stamps is like very handy, especially since they can, you know, be updated at runtime. So current stride movement speed per second. This is how fast we want our feet to move. 150 per second. Cool. Well, our current step length is 80. Reference step length. Right, this is just how we need to scale our stuff to make it 80 thingos. So this is definitely current stride movement speed, current step length by 2 gives us like a full cycle. So that would be 160 divided by 150, or other way around. No, fuck. Oh, come back, you shit. I think it should be the other way around, because we'd want to... How fast do we want to... I'm so confused. I just want the math. Is it this or is it that? If the animation goes for a bit longer, like let's just yeah, no, if we want to go 150 per second, and this is one cycle of the animation. Because it goes slightly faster. I'm pretty sure that would be it, right? Am I just tripping? I mean, you know, we can try it both ways around. That, I'm pretty sure that's matching the animation, right? In terms of like... Yeah. Right, left, right. Cool. Alright, so we are now walking, at least. Zero. That's when it comes down. The fuck happened here? I don't think that's supposed to be there. Yeah. Well, no. Or did I want that there? And I'm just tripping. Or did I want to do more like this? Kind of circular. You know, if we actually put it on the ground. Well, he's too close to the ground there. See, it's still sliding a bit. I just don't know if that's my math being shit. Oh, actually, the appendage reference length 86. Yeah. If we did something right, like the appendage was shorter. No, that doesn't. Oh, it does that? You know, that does work. That is just to correct it. Yeah, and so then if I want current step length, but same movement speed, you know, like half the step length, then... Okay, no, stop. Oh my god, engine, stop it. The Phoenix Rises. Speaking of physical movement, so we're working on something similar. Have you run into issues with chaos yet? Inconsistent behavior under dynamic frame rate, overall stability problems? Not yet. Not yet, but I mean, it's not that I trust that Unreal will, you know, fix stuff, but I hope that it will all be fine in the end. When I do, so that's referenced step length, current step length. Let's make the and then that over there. So the referenced step length. Current stride movement speed per second. I guess because the reference step length is in the animation, then we know how much a cycle. So we don't actually need the thingo. It's pretty bad. Exactly the sort of thing constraints behave. Not as expected, especially if frame rate changes. Using async physics, network prediction can help a bit. BB8. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just. I guess I won't really know until it. You know, until it happens. But yeah, I did do a BB8. As well, but then I kind of like, I felt like I was at a local maxima of like, you know, it's kind of like the best that it could be with this system. Like, mainly because of stairs and like trying to stay still on slopes. I've seen other approaches of this, like the guy that does... Was it Boneworks, I think? Uses, yeah, like a similar kind of setup, although the... Because it's a VR game, the orientation of the upper capsule is like... is like very rigidly held in place. Whereas I wanted, you know, it to be self-balancing to then have like emergent effects like that. To like, you know, yeah, be able to get snagged and coat hanged and, you know, like get thrown off balance. Like this kind of, you know. Ooh. Sorry, bro. I think the feet are just not. I think the... Got a chance at trying out assembly instance skinned mesh PCG foliage. I haven't, and I probably won't. Because my entire system is boneless. I have a boneless system, which I find a lot more. I mean, you know, they say that it's like nanite's like performant, but like, is it? Is it dough? Is it does do be it dough? .1 is 20. Positive 20, so that's minus 53 in 0.3 seconds. 53 seconds. 176. I don't know if that should be linear or not, but... do mines make it problematic to apply randomness? No, not necessarily. I have no idea how nanite operates within materials and stuff. Yeah, like I don't know if you can use per instance random with nanite because it kind of, you know, batches them all as one kind of like giga mesh. The Epic of Gigamesh. Oh no, that's 0.3 of a cycle. Oh no, but we know that the step length is supposed to be 80. Actually, if we go from here, which is 34, to minus 37, 30, 30, 34 minus 37, 31. It needs to be 80. No, I feel like it needs to be slower, if anything. I guess there's also the extra length added by the foot rotating. Let me... it could also be the strength being kind of funny. So I need to give this like a grid. Is it just that this ends up too far forward? Yo, Mr. Warm Rivet. How goes it? I'm smashing it. Kinda. If I knew the length of the foot, I don't know, maybe I'll try that. You dumb foot. To go up even one more. Yeah, I've been renovating the new house. I've been a epic renovator royale. You know, it just looks like he's... Okay, that looks better. That might be fine. Yeah, I've been renovating, so... It's I'm like a full-time fucking, you know, houseman. Yeah, I did. And I've been doing it up. Here's my room. My blurry background room. Very swag. There's a cat there. MTV Cribs. Nice cushion? Yeah, it's a good one. It's so cool. I got it from Spotlight. I think. Right? Was it? It was from Spotlight, wasn't it? Okay, still moving back too far. I want it to be... I want it to go out less forwarded. Oh, no, go back. Fuck. Multiple values minus 5. And then that one also. 25. Yeah. And then that goes to negative 30. Just doesn't. GameDev pays good? I mean, no. No, but it's more that I just saved up for like fucking 50 years. Maybe not that. That's quite long, but 30 degrees down to 10. That should go to 0 and then to and that should kind of do that, right? And then you are 30. That should snap down flat and then stay flat for a bit. Why you to know stay flat for a bit? I don't need more like that, you know. Australian dreams saved for 50 years, exactly. Yeah. Still in the same spot. About like half an hour away from last time. A bit further out. We're in the country. Epic country moment royale. That looks about right. Casual fella's so funny. Yeah. You know, it would be even funnier if he looked like this. You ready? Current step length, 30. Look at him go. Oh, he's not really. He doesn't really have time to. Right, I do step length warp factor. Step length warp factor. I probably want to take of it. Or do I want to 1 minus it and take half of it? Yeah, yeah. Some gold hunting. Hell yeah. Oop. I watched some prospectors on YouTube. And like, I was while I've been away, I've like gotten into like geology and like opal mining, not like as in watching stuff about opal mining, gold, you know, gold mining. It's good shit. Make leg go up less if stride smaller than reference. It's not necessarily if it's smaller than the reference. Oh, if the stride. If step smaller than reference. This is just something that happens to 30 shit. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Which my mate's coming now, so I gotta do something in nature, or I want to unalive. Yeah, exactly. Into miners. Miners. Sorry. Keep hearing people getting into this stuff. I mean, it's not like midlife crisis vibes. It's like autism vibes. You have any chance living in that town in Oz where most of the times are underground, they farm opals? No. It would be very hot. It's very, very hot in the middle of Australia. I mean, God, I moved like 30 minutes away, and it's like 5 degrees hotter on average. And it's unbearable, like in summer. Kind of. But it's better in winter. Make leg go up less if step smaller than reference. So we're getting the max appendage length. And that's to then... So that's if appendage length factor. And then the step length warp factor, I would want that to have... So this would be... If our step length warp factor, if our step is half the thing, then that would be 0.5. So then we're making it go half the height. So I think if I multiply this by the factor, so that at the 0th, you know. No? What about by 2? Is that more or is it less? 2 is more. So no, I think I want to... Oh, fuck. I need to 1 minus it. Then multiply it by how much I want it to affect it. And then I need to 1 minus it again. Nope, not minus 1. 1 minus. Then chuck that in. And then, as it gets smaller feet, yep. Cool. So he'll still do his feet up and down to a maximum of half the height. So then if I wanted the step length to be bigger than the reference, then he go like big long step. He moonwalking. So I think that bit at the end is like way too fucking crazy. Like minus 60. Minus 50. Minus 45. Maybe it could be like minus 40, but then go down a bit more. I mean, it's more so that, like, yeah, after the lift, it should stay down a bit longer. Maybe I just... I don't know. Also, like, this bit where it kind of flicks at the end, which I'm not really even sure that we want. It should be probably more linear. I watched Dan Hurd, a Canadian guy with a beard, who does like a lot of different finds and stuff. And there's another guy, I forget his channel name, but they do a lot of smelting. Like they smelt ore down from their mine. It's just like a 2-man or like 3-person operation, like small-scale mining. Yeah, that's right, yeah. Alright, we've got this kind of working. The other thing we need to do is... we need to figure out... make transform, blah, 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 blah. So... So currently this is just, what, going... Rotate vector. By the character capsule. In the Z only. I was thinking we probably want it to go pitch and roll as well. So that, like, if this was, like, tilted forward, it would go back. And then I'd also need to... that's just inheriting the yaw from the capsule, which is mostly what we'd want. And then the pitch is just... It's more of like a pitch. No, this is in world space, isn't it? Yeah, so... I mean, really, that should kind of be that. That's coming from here. Well, if anything, it should be like the foot joint. Get its rotation. And then that should be like an offset to its rotation. Yeah. Yeah, chuck it through me through Discord. Sounds lit. If I was sideways, would I want my feet to do this? Or would I want them to kinda, I guess you do kind of want them flat with the ground. I guess that's the thing, is like, even if we're leaning forward, or like, Because like, if we were going up a slope, right? We would get our, let's say, like, pitch plus 45. And that would be like, yeah, we're going up a slope, right? Although our feet are fucked. All good, all good. Have a good one. I forgot that it was so late. I guess we need like a kind of stride vector. Like, what direction are we trying to move in? Or like, you know, perpendicular to the ground. Parallel to the ground, sorry. Like, if we're going up a hill, it's like, okay, yeah, that's our vector, or that's our rotation. I mean, we could just make a rotation from the vector. Because we then need to rotate a bunch of shit. Because, yeah, if I said, yeah, do the legs by 45 degrees, and then do the pitch of the feet, you know, 45 degrees and whatever. But our capsule is trying to stay up straight. Well, I mean, let's see, because that'll stick the feet out, right? Which isn't what we want. We kind of always want the feet under the capsule. And we would just want to change the Z based on the slope. So, and we'd also want to change the feet based on the slope as well. Riding a bicycle? I mean, kinda. And then if this was like this, then it should be like it's like he's trying to go up a slope. So if we know how long a step is. Here's the thing, right? If we're a guy and we're leaning over to accelerate, right, and our kind of walking vector is like this way, then we're essentially, in essence, walking up a slope. You know, like if you just tilted this, then it's the same as it being upright and being a slope like that. So that's something we need to account for anyway. The other thing we need to do is be able to change the direction of, you know, of this stuff. Oh, which I guess we can just do with the yaw. Like, if we just said, oh yeah, do this, but like 45 degrees. So it's like an offset from the actual rotation. Because, yeah, this will make it look like he's going, yeah, kind of sideways. Although, with that in mind, the yaw of the feet should remain the same as the capsule. Let me just stop moving this the rehabilitation harness. So, oh fuck, no, I no, I still want it. I still want to do that. I just don't want to be moving it constantly. There you go. So if we want to walk, fuck you. Did I not plug that back in? No, I didn't. Right. So if we are, yeah, trying to go, we're strafing now. See. Oh, and I'm also applying a fucked up thing to the... Where is it? This one. No more walking up slope. Wait, no, that, pitch. Wait, what the fuck? Rotation. Pitch. Why is that going into the yaw? No, the yaw should... No, that's to rotate the vector. No, what the fuck am I... No, the yaw is rotating the... Right, that's to make it straight. And then this one should just be the unbastardized. No, that in there. This is the... Fucking confused. What am I... Who am I in? Plus 45 degrees into the yaw. And then the pitch of the thing is the added pitch here, which is going to be plus 0. And then we would need to... Yeah, additional pitch into the pitch of the thing. I guess we also have to apply that to the roll as well. Yeah, because I guess if we're leaning... Yeah. But yeah, we could make it so that if we're on a slope this way, that it can handle that. Then use the original yaw, but then the pitch, probably the pitch and the roll need to be an offset to the feet. So now we're strafing sideways. Or, you know, diagonal. Cool. Yeah, and then we could say, well, if we were on a 45-degree slope, like tilt. No, that's not what we want. No, we want to adjust the Z height of these. As though we were... Oh, God. Oh, fuck. So yeah, no, if we were going up a hill, right? If we were going up a hill... So we've got these things here. So if I did this, it should be... Yeah, it should essentially be walking... Well, fuck, I don't know. Like, do we want it to do this? Or do we want it to kind of face the ground? But then if we're, like, going up a hill... No, I guess maybe we always do want it to face down to the ground. Or down to the surface we're trying to walk along. Regardless of the tilt. And then if we were going up a slope, well, we'd be going like this, but our walking vector would be facing straight down. But then we would do, for example, does anyone know Pythagoras theorem? Actually, you know what? I'll be right back. I need to pee. I'm back, and I'm not muted. I need to tidy up my damn hair. It's so fricky. So yeah, what we need to do is triangulate. Well, okay, I think first thing we should do is have a kind of like a stride direction. Because yeah. Because like essentially, right? Well, yeah, let's define that. Because the stride direction is different from that forward vector. So we need a... Because, like, we have the movement, you know, desired movement vector. But then we have, like, our kind of stride vector, which can change dynamically and whatnot. Yeah, it's not like the control vector. It's like, where do we predict that we're going to be in the next step? I guess it's more like the step vector. It's probably a better way of putting it. And yeah, that will adjust the tilt and yeah. Well, actually, no, it won't necessarily. It should probably be a rotation. No, it should be a... Fuck, what do we need? We basically need an up and a forward. We need two vectors to describe where we're going. No. Fuck quaternions. No, we need... Let's just get, like, a piece of geometry. And I'll give it this material, actually. What's this one called? Thingo? Okay, so... Let's say... we are going up a slope. Because, like, if we're moving forward, right? There's, like, there's a pitch and a roll. And a yaw. So I think... And that should be relative to the fucking... You know what I mean? I don't know. You getting angry. How do I frickin' describe this? The other thing is, I don't know. I we need to describe plantedness, which is part of our struct. Let's go to our appendage struct. We don't really need an appendage state necessarily, but let's add one called current plantedness, which is basically, is it on the ground? You know, like, is it the plant? But then it's like, well, I guess we know that our foot curves are supposed to be planted 0. And then unplant at 0.5. So we can have like a... Because like if we put our foot down and it misses something, then I don't know what the fuck we'd do. Because it's like, it's supposed to be planted, but it isn't. So then like... You know what I mean? This is where it starts to get really complex, but... Let's just presume that we're always planted, right? Presumably presume that we didn't fuck up and we're not falling off a cliff. For now. Just for now. So this would be... So progress strides. We first need to... Progress stride. So this actually progresses the stride by the movement speed, gives us a local stride value. Math. Does the thing, rotates that value by... a bunch of shit, and then gives us a new transform. For the dude, yeah. I guess we can do it after though. Well, no, because it kind of needs to. Alright, we can just say current plantedness. Is the stride progress. We want it to be 0, basically 0 to 5, or 0 to 05. Oh god, how the fuck am I gonna do this? Maybe I should just put plantedness. Yeah, actually no, you know what? Plantedness should be in a curve. Right? Because it's like, if we're running, then plantedness is... You know, there are times where none of our feet are on the ground. Is it possible to do like an N, like curve with N entries? Also, my nightlight isn't on my top monitor for some reason. There we go. Piper, how's it going? Be fighting Meta Knight doing cool physics stuff. It's gonna be a good day. Hell yeah. Just a fun side project, or is it your game name? I can't remember. It is, but it's also like, I don't know, I feel like everything I do is it's a plugin for my game, but it's also for everyone else. You know? Like, yeah. I mean, like, everything I do is for fun. You know, game dev is for fun. I'm not here to be a quadrillionaire. I'm here to do really dumb stuff. Dumb and funny. I'm here to entertain. I'm here to explore ideas that other people are too smart to do. Yeah, let me see. UE5 curve asset with any number of curves. Curve tape. Doesn't mean making a name, float, color, vector values, file. Best native solution is a curve table. A rich curve. Let me see if curve table exists. Curve interpolation type. So what are you? Ah, hello. Okay, and do they all overlap? No, I mean, I want them in... Can I view them all? Stackers. I mean, it's kind of what I want, but I want to view them all... Oh, wait, can I... Aha, there we go. Okay. Okay. New curve table. And then how do we use a curve table? Curve table test. Curve table row handle, curve table. So what the fuck are you, brother? So you take in a curve table, and then you have a row name from that. And that's one fella. Can I get the... Surely that's like an object type, right? Wave table, curve table. Can I like just get it from here? Or... Curve table object reference. Pointer to table we want to draw a row from. Can I like get row? Evaluate curve table row name in XY. Context string. Row found, row not found. Can't that just be pure? Okay, what if I just fucking... Ew, can I can't... I can't... Why can't I use a curve table object reference as a fella? Can I just raw dog it as an object? Yeah, suck on. Curve table test, cast to curve. Fuck's sake. What is this derived from? Let me just fucking... Ugh. Might always be resident. I don't even know what that means. Are they baked to texture or something? They can get baked to a lookup table, but... Like, yeah, they can get optimized, so... I just don't get why... Like, yeah, if I do curve table, evaluate curve table row, the curve table is, oh yeah, new curve table, but like I can't, you know, I can't, like what? Is it because it's a... No. What? What is a curve table object reference? Like, yeah, okay, cool, but like I can't get that or set that anywhere. Like, I can do it from here. But I don't think I'd be able to... In a data asset... You know what? Let's test. Stride asset. Let's go variables, curve, table. Instead of the curve, the vector curve. Curve. Base, curve vector. Curve. Table. I can only get a curve table row handle, which is just one row. Like, it says the curve table here, but then it has a row name. I guess I could technically just have that and then evaluate the row. You know, get the curve table from that and search it there. Curve float, but that would be well, actually no, hold on. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe I can what did I call it? No, because that's just a single curve float, whereas I want a curve table because we need we need more than 3 curves, basically. All, like, you know, all at once. There's gonna be an ad playing, so I'll BRB. I'm back. I'm back. UCurve table is UObject. Yeah, well, it's just that I can't. You know what? I'll wait till the till the ad's done. Is the ad done? Are we back? Does there need to be a... No, that wouldn't make a difference. Let me know if you're back. Because, yeah, I know it's a U object, but I can't find it. Is it just not blueprint exposed or something? Because, like, I can't find it in here, you know, variable type, curve table. I can get curve table row handle, and then go from curve table row handle. The row name I can just leave empty. Then I can break that and get the table here, and then fuck with it, you know, evaluate curve table row, and the row name, you know, foot your or something. Yeah, right. Yep. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out the best way to get it, you know, because I'll likely just have a helper function, which is get function get stride values, and then just have a return. What stride curve values? And then, yeah, that would pop out, you know, all the stuff. And yeah, we would then get, but we'd break it first. And then we can go evaluate row. And be like, get the yaw and the pitch and the all that shit. I wonder if it... And why is it an XY? Out XY. No, but it's a float. So that's just the in time. Yeah, given this, what is this? Yeah, the main thing is, yeah, like I need, yeah, I just need X number of float curves. Can I change, like, the color of them in here? Is that allowed? colors. Set random curve colors. Set random colors on the selected curves. Note they are stored in the level sequence actor editor preferences. Okay, good for you. Oh yeah, okay, yeah, that looks so. That looks exactly that color. Oh yeah, totally. Cool. Fuck. Do I even want to? Can you just like view multiple curves in one viewer? You know? Like if I did... Oh god, I don't know. I mean, it should be fine to just use the table. What did I even need it for again? Right, the plantedness. You know what? Let's put it on hold for now. We can just raw dog the plantedness based on the stride time. Stride progress. If we just get so from 0 to 1, we essentially want this this, and then here it goes off. Oh, you know what? I could just, let's just do it like fucking straight up, like that. Which is just turn it upside down. Well, turn it upside down, and that would put it here and there. Oh no, but it's 0.5 minus 0 is here. 0.5 minus, so that does that. Then we if I remember correctly, done some hair for your game. From a perspective, what is the recommended tool for creating mesh-based hair? Just a program like the skills and time. I use a Blender plugin called Hair Tool. But even better than that is to get free assets with characters in them from Fab or from whatever, and just fucking steal the hair from those characters. You know? Just steal that. Sorry, repurpose that shit. I could just sine wave this, couldn't I? Sine, and then down there. And then just boosh that up. Sign in. So I'll get this by. No, you know what? I'll do this. I'll do. So basically do that and then round it. You know, okay, we just 1 minus it and then round. Round. Just... yeah. Yep. Oh, fuck off. You know what? Let's just forget about it. Oh, well, we need to know when we're planted. So that we can see where we're going from where we are. I think that I know like a data table with float curve. I think that's what it is. But I think it's more so that where the hell is it? The curve table, you can like view all the different curves at the same time. You know? Whereas I think with a data table, it would, all you'd see is like you'd have to like click into the curve, you know? Whereas because I'm working with, you know, I'm trying to like map the walking of a character. It's essentially like animation curves in Blender, right? Like, you know, as the leg moves backwards, I want the foot to rotate from 10 to 30 degrees or something. So I think I'll probably just go with that for now. But for now, we're just going to stick with the classic this. But now I've forgotten what we were actually doing. Right, we want to adjust stuff based on other things, right? Why the fuck am I putting that into the pitch? Get out of here. The pitch should just be the pitch of the character. Oh, is it the... That goes into pitch. That goes into pitch. This goes into roll. Dumb ass. but then the pitch of the character is what should be going into this. Oh, but that's in World. Just fuck. My brain. We'll just do flat feet for now, you know. So right, if we wanted to, if we were on a slope, so we need our. Oh god. Okay, if we were walking up a big fat hill, right? And we're like leaning this way, where would our feet be? We'd want our feet to be just going straight. Down. We'd be leaning to create momentum to get up. Yeah. So our feet should essentially be targeting our... What would it be here? We lean is... Put our center of mass forward. What do I do in Ballman? Well, I mean, in Ballman, yeah, it's always out. Like, the capsule's down vector. But, like, what's happening in reality? If we lean forward. Because we have like an axis at our hips now. So if we leant forward, where do we want our feet? Like, do we want our feet to point back? Or do we want them to point straight down? I guess... straight down, right? If they were pointing back, we might not have enough leg length to... Yeah. So that would be our stable vector. Probably. No, maybe it should be out the butt of the character. Like if a character's... No, maybe it should be down. Oh my god, I just can't fucking... I just can't brain. I guess in this leaning example, like with the ball bot, the ball represents the, like, the fulcrum. Because, yeah, if we are leaning forward, we're intentionally throwing off balance so that our center of gravity is past our fulcrum, which means that the feet should probably be centered around out the arse of the capsule. But is that the case at all times? Let's just get the capsule. Let's just do something for now, right? Character capsule. I think going uphill would be similar to crouching with the knees close to the chest. Yeah, but it's more like the lean, like on a slope you lean forward. Well, no, I guess once you're kind of standing stable. Or like if your feet are like this. Like let's say it's a 45-degree slope and you're on your heels and you've got your feet, then you're standing up straight. You know, I'll just do it. Yeah, no. We'll start at location. Just fucking should have done it against objects, but whatever. For one frame, radius, I don't know, 20 or some shit. And then we'll see how it works. Go back to this. So that'll give us the center position. You know, that should be right. You know. Well, I mean, really, the slope is more determined by where we're going rather than where we are. So, like, where we are is here. And then we should be looking ahead from this guy based on our step length. and our movement, you know, movement XY, desired movement XY. Which I'll just do a 3 for. So if this is like, yeah, going in X direction. And then that multiplied by the current step length gives us how far out from the capsule to start. And then the end is just that. I guess just minus, I don't know, fucking 200. This is just checking where do we want to be stepping. So within one step, that's where we're going to go. Although, no, that should all work out, yeah. If it, like, changes during the step. Oh, an ad's about to play, so I'll be. Sorry, I was muted. My bad, my bad. No, I've just been asking myself, what am I trying to... Where am I? What am I? Do I want the rotation... It's the rotation relative to the movement XY, right? So, like, if I'm moving this way, what's the pitch and what's the roll of, you know, of the where it needs to go? And the yaw doesn't exist. Well, the yaw is, I guess, that way, right? Like the angle. But, like, if our movement was going, you know, diagonally, so that would be, you know, I'll normalize that regardless. So if we're going like that way, right, then our pitch would be whatever, but our this way would be, what would that be? You know what I mean? So how do we gain those values from just... I mean, I guess this way, it's kind of like... just depends mainly on the normals. Just like the average between the hit normal. Like, it's pointing up that way. And then... Pardon me. I mean, if I got the... I mean, I could do it all as vectors, but that seems kind of annoying. Like, if we were going this way, straight up, then we'd need the... Because then all we'd need to do is, like, we're facing this way, but then we have an additional offset of the yaw by negative 45 degrees or whatever. So we'd be moving like this, strafing. But then if we're strafing, well, yeah, because there's a slope. We'd need this one to, like, go up here and, like, do that. So we'd still cover the same distance, but our foot would just go up further and then down further. Although then we would also need to make sure we don't exceed the maximum leg length by lowering the pelvis slightly. But I mean, that doesn't matter. That's kind of easy because we can just say lower the legs or some shit. My inventory's full. I mean, I can calculate the pitch just by using the two locations. But I can't really do anything about the tilt, whatever you call it. Unless I cross the average of the... Well, no, is it even the... Because let's say this was like... this, right? And we're moving along it, we would need this one to be like constantly higher and this one to be constantly lower. And so how do we get the pitch value? So yeah, it would probably be the cross between the movement vector. Let me just get so this is between the 2 points. Let's get like current movement movement vector. Design movement XY cross the... I'll just get the average of the normals, not the impact normal. So that would be just add these guys and divide by 2. Normalize. And this gives us a thing, so let's just get that. Just as a, you know, I can do a debug. Arrow. Variable gets smaller as elevation goes up, but has a clamp for min stride length and max stride length. Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, I should be able to triangulate, based on, like, you know, what's our target stride length. Like, let's say we're going up this hill, and I know that the max stride length is... Stride length is 80, or the target stride length is 80. But our legs are only 86, you know, thingos long. And we're trying to get from here to there, so we know that by the end of, you know, by the time we plant this foot, presuming that we're, you know, our foot's planted and unplanted, you know, equally in front and behind the character. Yeah, like where, like how low the pelvis has to go in order for that to kind of do its thing. And if it can't do... Well, yeah, either we lower our pelvis or we make our stride length shorter. That's the thing, right? There's like so many different ways we can go faster or slower or lower to the ground or whatever. Because it's like we can just take more steps but go really fast, or we can do like bigger, longer steps. let's see where this points. Oh, no, sorry, and this plus that. Is our end. Yeah, so that gives us that. It's like the slope. Which should... Let me set this to movable. That should always be pointing... Oh, what the fuck? Oh, that one's 4. Okay. Yeah, so that's always giving us the roll. So then we can just look at the difference... Well, we can just take the z of that and convert that to a difference that way. And then we can look at the z of the other one. Because it's normalized, so that means that it's just what, multiplied by 90. Oh, and does it always point in a direction? Like, does it always point in the, you know... Like, is it always... Yeah, it's just pointing... It's always pointing to the left of our dude. Like, if we said... Oh, you know what? This should, No, that's just... Yeah, no, it's always pointing to the left of our movement vector. So then, yeah, this cross, we just break it, get the Z, and that is our... Fuck, how do we do... If it's up... Sorry, if it's pointing... I'm so fucking lost. Give me a print string. And if it's going this way, then it's negative. And if it's like this, like really fucking, oh, then that goes towards -1. So if it's 0, there's no rotational offset. So it should be multiplied by 80, right? Sorry, 180. No, or is it 90? No, it's definitely 90, yeah. Actually, no, that... You know what? If it's like this giga steep, that's not 90 degrees, that's like 45. So, yeah, it's times 90. Turning a Z vector into some kind of fucked up rotation thing. So that then means that the impact normal and the impact normal... normalized. Wait, if I'm dividing it by 2, then what's the fucking point? I don't have to fucking... Fuck you. So the cross of that is the roll, and then this guy is the uppity downity, the slope. The slope and the roll. What if our character's just standing still, though? Well, I guess that's different. I think that's like a... If a character's just standing, then that's about the difference between, like, the leg joints. How they should be. So, like, there's a leg there, leg there. We need to account for the fact that they're not coming from the same thing and, like, do that. Then we can... Is that only relevant when we're... Sorry, I submitted it today. I submitted Prismatic Escape today. So it should be like tomorrow, or it might even be processed now. Anyway, I think only the slope is relevant for now. The other, the roll is kind of only relevant. Well, no, the slope would be relevant if our... This was easier when it was a ball. Wait, that's the normals together. Whereas we don't actually want the normals, we want the difference in height, which is this one, to be our slope factor. Yeah, anyway, let's just put the character back on flat ground. and then let's get him kind of walking, maybe. Because again, he's just currently being held up by an invisible force. Like someone's grabbing his head. Someone grabbing him head. So this is get world rotation of the capsule. Which we... Yeah, so that'll stick out behind him and it'll do that, which is fine, I think. But that's where we'd need to have that kind of slope adjustment, like relative slope from the butt vector. Why is his current step length so high? That should be like 80. That's our normal. So as they go towards 1, that means do more. You know, do more stuff. I mean, again, this should be on a PID controller, but I can't be fucked yet. And then basically as the length of this increases... Well... Let's do... Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. Length. So as we're falling over more... you know what? Let's do this. So as if we're like fully fallen over, then we probably need to be going like fucking fast as fuck, boy. So let's just set our current desired movement vector XY to be that. We set it to be that. And then desired movement vector XY. Get the length of that. And that's like our current stride movement speed. So then in balance, maybe. We've then set our stuff. Current step length. I guess we want to like... as we're like more in place. I guess it's more, yeah, our desired movement speed. Camera's right movement speed per second. We would want to do some kind of remap. Range. Is it, what the fuck is it called? In range map. Range clamped. So in range A, well, 0 to 400. We want to go from 10 to... So 80? So here he should essentially be doing nothing. Well, no, because I've set the... And if I do that, he should try and fix. And if I do that, he should... Right, there's no, fucking... He's just gonna walk forward. Okay, it kind of makes sense. Because I didn't take the fucking movement XY. How do I turn an XY vector into a yaw? Is it just... Wait, no. Rotator. Break rotator. I mean, he's trying to... What's going on there, though? Now he's going backwards, but why is he going that way? Why is the pitch? This is the yaw. I'm guessing this just isn't the fucking... Is it right? Fuck you, no. I could do like a... No. Let's go Google. Turn XY vector into yaw. Or heading angle. Calculate the arc tangent of the vector components. Use the atan2 function instead of or 4 quadrants and properly handles x equals 0. Well, okay, whatever. Atan2. Sick. And then that should give us this guy. So that should rotate everything. Not quite. Hey, bitch, you should be going backwards. And it should be relative to... How do I get him to whoosh that way? Is it the... No. Maybe I'm just dumb. Oh, that's why... why is it that way? And this should be rotating the transform of the thing. Why the fuck does he do that? Why does it go backwards like that? I don't get it. The pitch is just the capsule's pitch, right? Oh, that's in fucking world. Okay, hold on. Ugh. All right, let's just see if our fella. Let's get rid of that. No physics handle component, no movement of the thing. So this he should just fall over, right? He fall over. Why does he fall over that vigorously? I don't know. Is it because the appendages, blah, blah, blah. Angular drive parameters are just like giga fucked. Like too strong. Is like 1000 enough? Is it not enough? Is it just, you know? Like why does he turn that way? Is it because mass conditioning is enabled? Should it not be enabled? I have a feeling it shouldn't be. Why does he just fall over like that? Well, I guess because we're obviously not trying to correct it. I just want to like do... I just want to keep the character upright in X and Z. Oh, that's not a torque. Is that's X there? Yeah, so we want to... No, what the fuck? Ugh, what did I just click on? Why am I opening Unreal again? Ugh, I've already got the thing open. Stupid ass Unreal ass. Add torque in degrees. Get up vector value Z. Oh no, that's the... Fuck. Ugh. No, get rotation. And multiply it by something. And then X, do the same. We don't care about the up vector. We just want to know, you know. Just stay in the one place, you know? Does that just need to be stronger? Maybe 1,000? Cool. Maybe not that much torque. Ah, it should be negative. We want to counteract the torque. And then probably the same with the X, right? No, wait, if we're going... If this is that way, then we want to apply an offset, right? Also, let's not even do any of that. Let's just see if we can keep him upright. I feel like that is just kind of fucked. Okay, so he should only be able to fall forward and back. That should just correct itself magically. And then twisting him, no, fuck you, should bring him back. Okay, cool, cool, cool. So we've stabilized him, his twist, and he's falling over that way. Then let's just try and balance him forward and back. Which is like, yeah, don't even worry about that. Don't worry about that. Just do your thing. Just go forward or go backwards. He's so happy, he's so happy. Yeah, no, I agree, I agree. We're trying to walk today. We're trying. I feel like it's these motors are just like so strong. Where is initialize appendage? Right, what if we just set the angular? Well, I guess because it's angular, that's probably in degrees, right? Positional strength in degrees, as in like torque. So maybe we just need to calm down on the rotational a bit. That was like less fucked up. Is that just dying because it's not strong enough, though? Like if I just let him sit, does he just fall? Like he does, but... Move engines to the target, set angular oriented. So if I just set this to be 0, and I just set this to be 0, and I just set this to be 0, 0. Then he should just be trying to stand upright. But he's just, yeah, okay, he's just not strong enough to do that. Angular drive parameters. Positional strength of the drive, stiffness. Because we're setting the position. Yeah, so that's more how you'd expect it to be, and that's not going as far. Targets. So now that is there. Wait, no, was that? Appendage max length. Target transform. Is that? What am I even? Oh, yeah, no, that's. Yeah. Okay. That's there. This guy is something. Yeah, it's like as soon as the feet start moving, he gets quite angry. Let's only do X. And then based on the length of the thing, current stride. Maybe 10's way too small. Let's maybe go 50 to 80. Maybe it is just trying to do it too fast and like jittery. When we keep him in place, now it's just a big fuck fest. If we did this, so if we did that, it's like, oh yeah, try and maintain that, and then if it's not, it's like, Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, well, everything's just too floppy now. Because we turn the strength down. So this is like the true what it wants to be doing, right? So as it leans forward, we would expect it to just, you know, do some walk. Wait, why is it tilting that way? That's the Y pitch, which is the X vector. Oh, yeah, I'm just dumb as fuck. You know when you're just dumb as fuck. Also, I need a pee. BRB. Alright, we are back. So, thoughts. Why doesn't that rotate? We need that to go backwards, but what does that mean? We're rotating the placement of the shit. Or do we want it to be like going backwards? I guess if we are going like backwards, that doesn't make sense though, because the oh, you know what though? We're not actually even rotating the fucking vector shit. Like if I was saying, oh yeah, go like 45 degrees, then we would be going like, yeah, sideways. Or if we were going back this way, that would go, yeah, that way still. So we just need to... The yaw is the character capsule rotation Z plus movement. Right, that's what I was trying to fucking do. Side movement vector XY. We need to convert this into a degrees. Relative to the guy. Actually, not even relative to our fella. Just straight up. So that's a 0. When we go that way, it's... What the fuck? Is that just because I'm not supposed to? Oh, does that give it to us in degrees? Oh, wait, no, because we're not fucking... I've zeroed out the Y. So we're only either going forward or backwards. So if I was doing... X and Y. So that would be minus 90, positive 90, back, forwards, is 0, yeah. Mm. Yeah. Mm. Right. Yeah, we should get her some milk. Or maybe not. She's a bit fat. Yeah, yeah. So, if we were the guy, and then we're going forward, and then that's going backwards, and then it's forward, and it's backwards, whoa! And then if we went sideways, he's like, oh, I'm trying to do a thing, I'm trying to do a thing. But then why is it rotating that way? Well, I know, yeah, we know we do want it to... The pitch... The thing does the thing, right? But then why is it doing it like that? Again, that's just the rotation. I mean, if I didn't do pitch or roll, right, of the feet. So you just kind of keep them doing that. Then that goes back that way. Then that goes that way. Then that goes that way. I really need to figure out a way to disable the collision between the things. Right, now the next step is to figure out why it, like, giga-skitzes. My initial thought is that the feet are too massive. The feet have too much mass. Right? And so, like, the motors are just, like, doing some real fucked up shit. Because obviously the motors, right, of the feet or the legs, when they apply a torque to try and move the leg forward, it obviously moves the capsule like that. Hmm. Yeah, I'll probably have another burrito when I finish. Yeah, thank you. Or maybe, okay, velocity strength, if the velocity is trying to maintain 0. I mean, does that just straight up dampen it? It still skitzes, but I couldn't see any difference. Yeah, so he just gets super skitzed mode. So I think what I'll try to do is when I initialize the appendage and I make the leg mesh, leg collision, let's just do like set mass. Set mass override. 0.2. Very small. Pardon me. And then we'll do the same for the feet. So hopefully this just means that, yeah, the capsule will be a lot... Oh, fuck me. What the fuck was that, brother? Why... Huh? Is that because of that? No, that's angular. Where's the linear drive params? Oh, what the fuck? Wait, did it not... Did I not connect it back up? That does the attaching... That is a... Yeah, so... Does it need, like, some kind of... Override mass? Set mass override in kilogram. And then why is there a boolean? It's like, yeah, bro, like, that's what I want, that's what I asked for. Is the fucking... So wait, the linear drive per... Because, like, I haven't done anything to, like, the capsule. It's almost like the mass affects the drive, like the speed of the motor, right? Also, let's just disable the sidewaysness in the balance. Oh, not even there. Let's just do here. So they should just be trying to move forward and backward. These motors are just fucking... I don't know. Maybe I need to be using the velocity target. Kind of manually doing, you know. Is it just that the capsule's too light? No, he does, like, giga skits. Alright, let's just make the legs so light that they're, like, negligible. We prop him up. Well, let's keep him this way. Alright, he's propped up now, right? Yeah, great. Do we need mass conditioning? Mass these nuts conditioning. I mean, look, that seems more stable. So let's not grab his head anymore. Is it gonna gigaspaz? It does, but why? Like, they're not... Do I just need to limit force? Or is it the linear actuator that's fucking him up? I mean, okay, that was a bit better. Is it just that that is so... Like the lifting of the legs. That no, why does it spin out? You're not supposed to fucking fuck, you fucking fuck. It's like some weird twist stuff. Kind of. No, but we haven't set up the fucking twist. It's why do they go back like that? Right? Like that's fine. But then when it does this, it should be going that way. So what the fuck is happening here? Character capsule, pitch. Pitch is negative, positive. Negative, positive. So why is it the same offset either way? What if I get the capsule and I just like set fucking damping to like gigafuck? Like you should be like basically moving through water now. you know? But, like, that's not what I wanted. I don't want to have to angularly damp the MF. I mean, it might just be that I have to angularly damp the Z. You know? And then maybe let's not adjust the pitch. Just keep it as zero. Watch that sailor mouth of his. Shut the fuck. I'm just kidding. Okay, look, he's kind of balancing, but it's only because we're cheating. Alright, let's just make the character 300 kilos. And let's also, maybe just for testing's sake, oh, fuck you. Yeah, and then it's just gigafuck time. Okay, maybe not that heavy. Maybe 100. The other thing to test would be... Well, no, I do need to do that in the stride shit. I actually do need to put that in there and there. Not that X though. No, I do. That looked surprisingly normal. How goes it? You know. It's something, that's for sure. I feel like I'm fighting just buggy Unreal, as usual. Who would have guessed? Who would have guessed that Unreal would be, like, buggy? I don't know, I feel like the physics constraint stuff is... I mean, like, the physics constraints were built in PhysX, right? I think I had a test guy. No, not guy. Test character? Physics constraint. Maybe I need to disable projection? That would be down here. Projection? Get disabled. Oh my god, now I can't fucking copy paste nodes because I hadn't saved. What a funny bug. If I said balance maybe, set him to like 400. Like, yeah, why is this happen? The kind of like spasmatism. I feel like it's because I'm using positional doodads, you know? Like that angular drive mode. It could also be that I'm, yeah, using slurp. And I really just want to use swing and twist. Oh, without twist enabled. But that would mean that I need to, like, set this shit up somehow so that the fucking things were the correct way. You know? Which would mean doing like what fucking how do I fucking rotate this so that the shit, you know what I mean? Like, what is this rotation? What the fuck? So I would need to go minus 90 and then figure out what the fuck this needs to be. You know? Why is that way? Like, can't that just be... Like, that shouldn't... Why are they doing the same thing? Right, because it's like just... I don't know. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's just like... Alright, let's do twist and swing. Enable swing drive. Bam. And the foot can slurp. but this is twist and swing. It just means that with the fucko, where is it? Right, when we do foot joint, leg joint, that has to be like -90, but then it won't be able to do shit. I mean, you'll see. If we lock our guy, lock him up in the sky. And we do that, you can see that it just fucking kind of gives up. Because it's like... Maybe it's because I set the force limit. No limit, please. And that is enabling swing drive, twist and swing, blah, blah, blah. Like, if I was doing slurp, and you can see we are moving. Is that what we call moving? I don't know. Wait, why is our stride length going so fucking big now? Current step length, outrange. I mean, we should be able to do 80, right? What have I done wrong now? What did I do in... Right, I rotated the dude. So yeah, that's normal. That's not normal, but... And like, yeah, you look at this and you're like, oh yeah, like it looks... It should be working. But it's like, as soon as you let go of the... You know, like holding it in place... It's just like... So... fucked up. Is it just, I don't know, is it like a property of like capsules being a thing? You know, being round? And like, what's with the... I mean, I kind of get that, but... Oh yeah, I am applying forces to... I don't know. You see what I mean? Like, He is balancing, but it's followed by epilepsy. Like, he's leaning forward, so he rotates his feet, he tries to do his thing. But, like, what is causing the, like, the gigafuck stuff, you know? I started him down there. It's like, oh, he's going even faster because he's trying to catch himself up. I don't think it's like... it's just... I don't know. And like, yeah, like the reason, so I've only got him walking backwards and forwards, right? He can only like do this or go backwards. And I'm like, I'm keeping his roll, his roll and his yaw like kind of locked in place. I don't know, do we try turning mass conditioning off again? Like, it's just... I'm just, like, kind of going around in circles, trying to fucking... So with mass conditioning off, he just fucking... I don't fucking know. Okay, so with mass... So it seems like mass conditioning, right? All mass conditioning does is scales the angular drive and linear drive and whatever by the mass. But, like, by the mass of what? Is it by the mass of the one it's attached to first or second or, you know? Can over adjust to... Well, the target vectors are just... like, the target feet locations are just relative to the capsule. Like, they're just locations relative to the hips of the capsule. So they wouldn't be going off into nowhere land. Let me read mass conditioning. Where the mass conditioning is enabled for this, joint mass conditioning applies a non-physical scale to the mass, to the mass and inertia of the two bodies that only affects this joint, so that the mass and inertia rotations are smaller. This helps stabilize joints where bodies are very different sizes, especially when the parent body is heavier than the child. However, it can lead to unrealistic behavior, especially when collisions are involved. Wait, I feel like it's angry because the, oh yeah, now the feet are just... Like, how fucking heavy do you want? Well, no, how heavy is the... It's only 70 kilos. You know? Like... You'll actually flipping when it's not rotating, mostly on just a single... Yeah, I'm not sure. Leg joint. We've disabled collision between the thing and the thing. Do the thing. Yeah, that's a thing, that's a thing. Is it the projection that's... No, it's just... How... Okay, you know... No. Let's go to like 1,000,000 linear. Like strength. And disable projection, because... Cost. But like, look, if I get the leg mesh and like set the mass to 1 kilogram, then like it's happy again, right? Maybe it was just too light. There was a little spaz there, but... See, like, what is that? Like, bro. Alright, what if the feet are way less than the legs? Like, is it the feet? Maybe it's just the feet that are fucked. I don't know. It looks kind of like we might have done something. I think he needs to go faster to not fall over. What was I doing again? Visualize components. That's 70 kilos. The angular damping is like, again, that's very extreme. If I turn the damping down... Well, see, okay, well, that's behaving a bit better. The damping kind of... like, it kind of stabilizes it, but it also prevents the feet from correcting the tilt of it. But now it's just, yeah, like, yeah, gigaspaz. So, I don't know, maybe 10's fine. For our needs. For our special needs. Cool, cool. The other thing is the friction is kind of... Can I, like, set the fizz on this guy? Fizz on the cube is rubber. Okay. Cool. And you know what? We'll put the feet back doing feet things, right? Because the feet are supposed to actually, like, do stuff. But, yeah. Pardon me. Got the burps. Yeah, I'll set the fizz. The fizz material. Set physical material override. You can just be rubber as well. So yeah, I don't know, it might just be that the foot relative to the capsule relative to, you know. And you know, I'll keep the pitch at 0 just so we're not fucking around as much. Okay, what was that, though? Oh, it's probably when we're going from backwards to forwards, you know? Because we're doing like this shit here. So let's just do it like this. So that we only go forwards. Because, yeah, if we go from backwards to forwards, it'll switch the legs immediately. So maybe when he does lean backwards, that was kind of causing issues. Okay, well, it seems to be behaving better now that the things have, like, actual mass. Mass conditioning is disabled. Angular drive position strength is very high. Can the fucking... Can the leg... height? Or, you know, the leg length drivers be less fucked now? Yeah. Seems like they need to be... Everything needs to be at least 1 kilogram. Now he's struggling. Yeah, like we'd need a PID controller. Because, like, there is no, like, fixed value for, you know, how fast do we need to move our feet to straighten our character back up? We need to keep increasing our feet speed until we, you know, start straightening back up. It wasn't. I mean, look, not quite, but I mean, maybe no. But also yes, but also no. Yeah, I don't know. We'll get it working at some point, I'm sure. It's fast as fuck, boy. I mean, look, at least it's a bit more stable now. Like, it's not giga fucking. So, I see that as a win. I see that as a win. Yeah, well, Yeah. I mean, yeah. There's definitely some stuff to work on with it. But I have faith. The only thing, yeah. Big baby, what are you trying to do? So we're trying to get a physical representation of a character, whether that's, you know, quadruped, biped, whatnot. But essentially to have it actually balancing itself on feet. Because fun, basically. But also to have it not feel like QWOP, you know. It should, like, as a player, it should almost just feel like you're playing any other game. Yeah, if it gets hit, it stumbles, tries to fix it. So it's always trying to, yeah, if it's getting pushed by something, it will rectify itself. Or, you know, if we're trying to, like, push something, you know, it will adjust and lean, and it will actually grip the floor. Walk animation, it's based on an animation, like a keyframed animation. The walk is based on like a walking, you know, basically just location, like forward, backward, up, down, and the tilt of the foot. And so we you know, I'll open it up just to explain. We did a previous experiment before I had to renovate my house. Basically making like a BB-8, you know the Star Wars? You know that thing, the Star Wars? You know, the movie The Star Wars. Right, here we go. Yeah, we basically did a previous test with the ball bot. So this is like self-balancing. And like this is a lot easier because it's like a continuous contact with the floor. So it's like, you know, oh, we're leaning back. And also, Boop, you asked, how's the body capsule is it receiving input to moves? So basically, the input for the feet to move is the tilt of the capsule. So we're trying to keep the capsule upright. So like in order to so I press, you know, go left on the keyboard, and it'll kind of twist the feet, or the feet ball this way a little bit to cause the capsule to tilt that way, as well as like a little bit of nudging force. Only angular forces. So let me snooze the ad. And then the ball tries to correct that by catching up, you know. And so that's how it all does stuff. And then in order to jump, you know, we do jump stuff. But it means that if I just set up, I don't know, something here. I just do this and like make it like that maybe, and then do another, and like Make a little seesaw. Have to make that. Yeah, that's gonna fall over, isn't it? Okay, maybe we'll do. Well, that should work. Yeah. Although if I do it that way, there we go. So yeah, if I go up on the... Oh, fuck's sake. Well, you know, whatever. Can I jump up onto you? There we go. Okay, so if I'm on the seesaw... This is a shit example because for some reason this doesn't weigh anything. What's your mass? It's 2 kilograms. Okay, it should be 250 kilograms. Thank you. And that should probably also be not overridden. Okay. Okay, heavier seesaw. So because the jumping is also just, it's essentially like a spring from the capsule to the ball. Our jumping affects, you know, the, it pushes down on this. Like that. Which means that, like, you know, you can do this, and then as it starts to go up again, you could, like... okay, I just fucked it, but... Yeah, anyway. So, like, all the physics checks out. Like, if I'm on this kind of floating thing, and I, like, run around in a circle on it, it will sort of process in the opposite direction. Because it's, like, my feet are pushing back on it. And so this like feels good as well, you know, feels decently good. And it also means that, like, you know, if we want to drag stuff around or like tie characters together or wade through water or something, you know, our character, well, for one, struggles to pull it, but also, like, if it got caught on something, like this giant cardboard box, maybe. And I'm pulling it. Actually, you know what? Let's try and pull this thing through these other characters. If it will, like, stabilize. I think this only weighs 2 kilos. But, I mean, it's probably a good... Okay, can I pull it from, like, up further? Okay. But yeah, like, it won't let me pull it. Fuck's sake. Didn't we learn anything from having stuff be too light? Alright, I'll just grab this one. So if I had this cube... Okay, no, this one's heavy. Fuck's sake. Okay, can I get, like, an ice block? Hold on. If I... You know, I'll make it ice test. And then we will set the fizz material. We'll set that to be 50 kilos. Fizz mat. Ice. Okay. So this should, like, slide around now. The fuck? Is it not? Should be Priz Fizz ice. Come on, I'm trying to explain what Alright, if I bump it, will it just move around? Okay, okay. So this weighs mass. You know, I kind of want to move away from Okay. So we're pulling this around. It weighs 50 kilos, but it's sliding along. But if I try to pull it through these guys, then it's going to catch on them, and I'm going to be pulling the weight of them. So, like, all the physics is more... You don't have to, like, program, you know, weird edge cases. It just works. But anyway, the ball example just doesn't work. Well, on slopes, it's almost impossible to keep it still because, like, friction doesn't really apply properly to spheres because it has, like, an infinitesimal point of contact. And then also, steps is just, like, not fun. It's just janky. So my idea was kind of like, okay, what if I just... Same kind of concept, but instead of the ball, we just have 2 feet that move like this. And so that's what we're currently working on. And yeah, the animation just follows the speed of the ball rotating. And then we apply some leaning based on the thing. Yeah. So that's what we're currently doing is about. It's about just creating a more robust, less fucky, but also way more fuckier version of that. Any water in the chat? Yeah, any walking on waters in the chat? Water, yeah, I'm just looking. Water without the particles, no particles in this one. In this, it's just a meme. It's just a meme, num. That's how I'm about that water sim. Well, imagine if we had physical character movement on a boat on the water. That would be sick. The colors are just the kind of debug. The blue, the orange, and the pink. So the blue is our fallback water. And then the yellow is the emulated water. And then the pink is the simulated water. Nice. Hell yeah. Oh, that's interesting. That, the big explosion's coming from the wind simulation. Which, yeah, I can see it getting all fucky. It's probably because I don't dampen the wind. I mean, I was halfway through upgrading the wind system to be like a physical wind. Needs way more vorticey curling. How much is 2D render target versus 3D water mesh? All of it is 2D render target. Sorry, it's this one here. And I'll turn the alpha on. So this is the normals of the water. I've currently got it set to be constantly like watering everywhere. Just to test out like rain. Rain falling. Although I should really be making that way less rainy. No, that's the wrong thing. .01. Yeah, so Niagara, what's the water particles WP? So it's a combination of if there's like a water body, it's just a WPO'd mesh. Where's Thingo? So like for example, up here is probably a decent example. So this is like a river. And, you know, it's just like a pre-tessellated or pre-subdivided mesh. That just hides... Well, usually it is... Usually it just looks like this, right? Like, that's like the fallback river mesh. Which, ideally what would be happening is that we'd do like a offline simulation or some kind of course simulation to get like the fallback mesh. And then, as it comes into simulation range, we use that fallback mesh at the edge to, like, let it, you know, flow into the simulation. But only at the edge. We let it actually run, you know. And so all this mesh is doing is, in the simulated area, you know, if water, match the height of the water. And then everywhere else, it's just a 2D shader. So, like, here, where it's spilling out of the bounds of the thing, it's just a shader effect on the landscape. Or on the meshes that, you know, can be watered on. And that also helps to bridge the gap between, like, the mesh and, like, the you know, edge. But yeah, the reason that I went with that approach is because, like, we can do, you know, rain flowing down thingos. Yeah, like that, I guess. Rain can, yeah, build up in crevices and all that. I don't know why it's going so slow there, though. Probably just the flow map, actually. Or maybe the friction as it gets shallower and shallower is too aggressive. Coastline is the same. Yeah, coastline's the exact same. Although in the coastline, it's a little bit different because, pardon me, we run a kind of combination of stuff. Let me go to, like, a nice spot. Yeah, this is kind of vibing. Actually, no, you know what? I like it back here. Okay, this is good. Yeah, here we do. Can I get the outliner up? Yeah. The ocean manager. So basically we do a combination of some, like, essentially Gerstner waves, but instead of doing them in, like, a bunch of different directions, they all go in the same direction. I think there's, like, 4 overlapped. But then we apply, like, a distortion to each of them, so they kind of all crisscross a little bit. It's not physically correct, but it kind of gives the illusion of, you know, kind of omnidirectional Gerstners and stuff. And they, by default, they'll move in the direction of the wind, which in my game is to the center of the world. But then we can, then there's a second, you know, Gerstner wave thinger, which is powered by this giant RVT gradient, like almost like a distance field with a direction. So that's how we can get them bending towards the, well, they're not bending towards the coast. There's just, like, a, you know, I swear I had more parameters in here, but whatever. it just lerps between them. So that's all just getting done in the blue section. That's all just done in the shader, which means that it's not happening in any render target. And then we run the exact same code in the yellow zone, which is, I call it emulated water, which is kind of this, it's like the exact same stuff, but it is, where are my render targets? Here we go, the wave RT. So it runs in a render target, which just makes it easier to feed into the edges of this one. And we can also kind of like ease the simulation towards that result to some degree, except around edges and, or, you know, thingos near land. And then there was another thing, but I've forgotten. What was I trying to explain? Right. So we can use this render target to easily do particles. So if I just go to the new water, particles water base, turn this guy on, we start getting just shit tons of particles everywhere. So particle systems that need buoyancy, so like the foam and the splashes and the whatever it is, they can run in the pink zone, the simulated zone, and the emulated zone, which is like super handy because, you know, I mean, the simulated zone's only like 40 meters. So a 20-meter radius around the character. But, like, you kind of need particles to go a bit further than that. So that's the idea of the emulated water comes in. Yeah. This one's essentially like a preset wave pattern, which then gets fed into the edges of the simulated stuff. The other thing, it's in the Ocean Manager, isn't it? So because this looks really stupid, just having the Gerstner waves, I mean, it doesn't look too bad. But then on top of that, we have like a flip book of an FFT. So if I turn these waves down to like basically 0, then we're just kind of undulating a little bit, nice and calm. But then we've got these flip book, an FFT flip book, which again we just emulate in here. We run the matching shader. So this one, again, this is the fallback, the far distance. And then the orange is the emulated water. And then the pink is the simulated water. So yeah, it means that particles can still do their thing in the orange zone. And so these are just to kind of break up the way, like give it the, you know, we've still got directionality from the overall waves. We can make some like fucking big giga ones. And then there's also just these little ones that just like noise it up a bit further. And they're just using the exact same flip book. But it doesn't affect buoyancy or anything. That's just for visuals. So like if it was like really windy, if it had just started being windy, then you'd see lots of little waves because they haven't like turned into big giga waves yet. And then if it had been windy for a while, you know, you'd start to get more turbulence. And then you'd start to get like, yeah, the rolling waves. So basically 3 layers of waves, which, yeah, and you can see it in the emulated stuff as well. Also, it shouldn't be going above 1, but it's kind of funny. It's like a spa bath, you know. Yeah, stoic AF. But yeah, I don't know. The shallow water equations, they work really well for shallow water, funnily enough. But for, like, shore waves, I mean, it's acceptable, but you can kind of see that, yeah, they don't hold shape. Because, like, this here, you know, Gerstner waves, or just waves in general, is like a 3-dimensional movement. And you can't really do that with shallow water equations unless you kind of, I don't know, the fluid flux man, Mr. Fluid Flux, linked me to a paper that he was implementing that kind of unifies everything, still using like this kind of thing, but I guess you can kind of apply like in the bulk of water, like a kind of like a lean or like a squish to it. To like, I don't know, but this is fine for me. This is good enough. I mean, look, I'm a fucking top-down game. You know, like, from my game's perspective, this looks like a rolling, crashing wave, and it looks awesome. So, like, everyone else can figure it out themselves, you know? You know, you're only paying $40 for the plugin. You're not like, it's not like it doesn't cost as much as a fucking car. Thank you, thank you. You find a first person? Yeah. I mean, it would be good enough, you know? Oops, wrong button. What the fuck does F9 do? What have I done? Why does the water leave a checkerboard pattern on the sand? Because it takes into account the textures on the landscape. So if you've got height maps, like, you know, these little rocks and stuff. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so if you've got height maps, there's a stone texture here. It's just not very visible. In fact, I don't know why it isn't colored. What's it called? Red sand, height cliff. Is it actually? No, I'm using stone path for some reason. And where's its? That's height map in there. Total texture, blah 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 blah. Final normals. Yeah, so what's going into the color of it? I mean, I should be doing, you know, like lerp 3 color B. Height blend, fucking da 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 da. Is this color? Color. Red sand final color. You know, I can't be fucked. But yeah, basically the texture the water can interact with the texture of the landscape. Which is, yeah, why, yeah, if you've got, like, these kind of doodads, big textures, or, like, roads, or whatever, it essentially just takes the, you know, the mesh height of the landscape and then adds the height of the texture. And so that's why, yeah, it does this. Also, yes, it looks a bit pixelated, but it won't in the final thing. It'll look more like, I don't know, more like something that doesn't suck. Yeah, it's all intertwined, interlinked. Like the wind that affects the grass and everything also affects water. So like if something explodes and it makes like a big wind shockwave, if there's any water on the ground, it'll also move the water. Which is kind of cool. Currently the public version? No. The current version doesn't have any of the new water stuff. Like real-time flowing water. It has some water interaction tools, like just a water ripple kind of thing, which also is affected by the wind and everything, but it won't, like there's no moving water. Or no, like, real, like, simulated water and whatnot. But, yeah. That's that. Yeah. Anyway, I need to wrap up. Because I said I was going to wrap up, like, an hour ago, and then I just kept yapping because someone asked about something. And then I explained something for the, I don't know. I need to, like... I mean, it's always worth explaining. It also lets me wrap my head around it again. But yeah, I think the leg stuff should be... I don't know. It should work at some point, maybe. But I don't know, I might chip away at another little system I wanted to do, which is a lot easier. Which is just the collision subsections system. So like this shirt on me, if I'm a character, let's say this is made of like mithril, right? I'm basically Frodo. And if someone stabs me, I want to know, like, oh, did it hit here? Or did it hit here? And it's like, well, my chest is just a capsule. You know, how do we query whether it, you know, I don't want to have to iterate through every single vertex and test the collision. We just do the shirt. The shirt for this chest capsule covers the entire thing, except like a sphere, probably like in my neck with this radius. So like a negative collision. So it's basically like, we have a capsule, we can assign it positive and negative collisions that are like kind of nested in each other to create complex, you know, like for my arm capsule, it could be as simple as anything, you know, beyond this line, like this plane, isn't covered by the thing. And so that way we can kind of do, yeah, more accurate clothing and armor and stuff. So like if you had like metal armor on and then someone shot a wall of arrows at you, the arrows would all bounce off, but they'd get stuck in like the gaps of the armor. Just for a bit of cool shit. And I'll probably plug in that one as well, because it's sort of pretty like generic. Like you could use it for like anything, basically. But yeah, we might do that next time if I'm sick of the feet stuff. Yeah, yeah. Anyway, thanks everyone for watching. Thanks, Hyper. I hope everyone enjoyed your time here. Let's see. We could... Who are we gonna raid? Does anyone have any Unreal friends that are streaming currently? I could browse the category. Let's browse the category. Friend question mark? Sad. Alright, let's see. There's someone in Blueprints. Stevie Ray True. Hell yeah. True, true, true. Oh, no. They're wrapping up. They're raiding someone else. Ear end. Are they an Unreal streamer? Doesn't look like it. They're a Godot. Alright, what is... Riddle RX. Alright, here we go. How the hell do I... There's an ad in progress. Oh. Alright, cool. We're raiding out. YouTube people, I'm sure you guys can find something else to watch. Yeah. Yeah. But thanks everyone for watching. I know it was a bit of a shorter stream today. Only 5 hours. But, you know. YOLO. Alright. Bye, guys. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.